Warrior Lore. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage had suppressed the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie for so many years. The two had reached a delicate balance. The Immortal Goo House was almost ownerless. It was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Goo Immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy, but at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the Immortal Goo House. At this time, Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Goo Immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Goo Immortals were flustered and exasperated. Anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all, these months, these Goo Immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place. They had used all sorts of methods to seize the Immortal Goo House. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The Immortal Goo House that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the Immortals step by step, the Immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the Immortal Goo House, in the eyes of the southern border Goo Immortals, was no different from robbery. It was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Goo Immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous. His muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably. His hair was standing on end. Even though he had the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Goo Immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Goo Immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Goo Immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the Immortal Goo House was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the Immortal Goo House. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. This Immortal Goo House had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this Immortal Goo House with just a thought. Bam! Right at this time, the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng, and the other rank 5 Goo Immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. Warrior Lord, kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the southern border Goo Immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Goo Immortals would be killed, so as to provoke the mastermind Fang Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The southern border Goo Immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected, Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fang Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Gu Master Sun Pang who charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fang Yuan's heart was calm. He was not nervous at all. Of course, on the surface, Fang Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Pang who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan's chest immediately caved in. His heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fang Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Pang whose punch. Bam! Fang Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Let's go to the next area. After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fang Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough. There was still one more thing for Fang Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Gu House and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. It is not so easy after all. He was not surprised, because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fang Yuan had deduced. The strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Fang Yuan would not let it go so easily. He had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky. The ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on?" This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the Immortal Gu House. Fang Yuan was also very surprised. It is not time yet. How could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended. Is Shadow Sect still far away? Fang Yuan knew that the situation was bad. He could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early. Is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is mysterious and powerful. Should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world, there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan, because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now, Fang Yuan had the Immortal Gu House. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8, or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the Immortal Gu House in hand, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu immortals to form the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the immortal goo house? A rank 8 goo immortal snorted coldly. Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in Southern Border. Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of Southern Border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Ingwuxia. I have told you everything I need to tell you. Remember it well? Ingwuxia blinked innocently, nodding. Go and die. Don't worry about me. He had only been born for 12 hours, and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a goo immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Dao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Ingwuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people. Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect goo immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many goo immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Border's goo immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border goo immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Border's goo immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier? Fang Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier, after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect goo immortals only appeared after the Southern Border goo immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect goo immortals also set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel immortal goo was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, even the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Fang Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land were exquisite, but without anyone controlling them, they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Fang Yuan was not a formation path goo immortal, nor was he proficient in formation path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. The Southern Border goo immortals would not let Fang Yuan off, and the Shadow Sect goo immortals would not let the immortal goo house be taken away by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the immortal goo house to forcefully break out. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Sect goo immortals helped Fang Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the Southern Border goo immortals would have placed their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased. He had more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie. What shocked Fang Yuan was that this immortal zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his immortal goo and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Fang Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This immortal zombie is very astute, Earlier, he used battle will to refine the immortal Gu house. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a strength path great strength true martial immortal zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in strength path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated wisdom path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his wisdom path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber, the immortal Gu house purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Unfortunately, his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation on Etion Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life, they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Borders Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out, but how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Ing Wu Xie was the greatest weakness, but in the end, they were hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the southern border Gu Immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and Shadow Sect's attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu Immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these southern border Gu Immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago, he had secretly transmitted to these Gu Immortals, trying to inform them of Ing Wu Xie's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Etion Mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods, but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. The southern border Gu Immortals are almost all dead. Should we make a move? Bai Chintian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness. It lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Zhusheng realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic dual stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu Immortals and 1 Immortal Gu House Heaven overseeing tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move. Let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border Gu Immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out. He has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Feng Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life, there was a difference. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie was not dead. Together with him, Yumu Chun and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Etion Mountain. He quickly gathered Gu Immortals and even brought out Heaven overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded. Let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky. A huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used. He had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Etion Mountain. Feng Yuan's expression was ashen. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth. To think that at the crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Feng Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge Immortal Gu House pouncing towards him, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to succeed. He only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now, he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Feng Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the Immortal Gu House was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven overseeing Tower, a rank 9 Immortal Gu House, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's swordlight before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, rise! Feng Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Etion Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path Gu worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. At this moment, Feng Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Feng Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal. This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by graceful chaotic dual stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into goo worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered graceful chaotic dual stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Etion Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on graceful chaotic dual stage, creating loud noises. Graceful chaotic dual stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Etion Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic path Goo Masters on Etion Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this. He could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful chaotic dual stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City. It was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal goo house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two immortal goo houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of chi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of goo masters were mixed in. The two immortal goo houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stage's momentum, this iron fortress immortal goo house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared one after another. These two immortal goo houses were small. One was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal goo houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong, but the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The immortal Gu house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal Gu houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Xinjiang Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now. He is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Oh? Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is there intense battle just to show? Lian Jiusheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect. It is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation. We will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good. The Celestial Court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal Gu houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal Gu houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal Gu houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one. What were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought the Battle of Etian Mountain was a deep pond, but he did not expect this was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar. 7 immortal Gu houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal Gu houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li now. I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, The broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. The corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside, these dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The three immortal goo houses closest to heaven overseeing tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage suffered the least damage. Did the celestial court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Feng Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic duel stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of fate. Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the three immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Ing Wu Xie had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Haha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at heaven overseeing tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the celestial court, come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless goo worms, both immortal goo and mortal goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Feng Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals as goo materials? This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine goo. Even Feng Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10:12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, providence is clear. How can we let you succeed? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the celestial court's immortals, activating Heaven overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal goo houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Feng Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these three immortal goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal gu died. 2 immortal gu were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered, but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child Immortal Zombie's voice resounded. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, led by 7-star child Immortal Zombie, Bo Qing Immortal Zombie, and Ing Wu Xie. Even though the other 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Fang Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more Gu worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait, how can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian was furious. He tried to explain. To join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years. When has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Chen Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Ha ha ha, Lian Zhusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, "It's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court?" Lian Zhusheng, you? Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Zhusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Zhusheng, or him? The Celestial Court Gu Immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lian Zhusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 Immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Zhusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lin Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Bai Sheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything. It was no small matter. But thankfully, this was the interior of the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lin Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lin Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Gu Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal said solemnly, "Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged?" More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Gu's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lin Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years. Nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Gu was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will. There would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed. Why are you still surrounding me? Bai Qin Tian said impatiently. The Immortals reacted at this point. They apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's Immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Qin Tian. They even glanced at the other Gu Immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked. He quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone, listen to me. Don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lin Jiusheng was just exaggerating. If he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago. Why would they only do this? The Immortals were shaken. They reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lin Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lin Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 Immortal Gu House can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The Immortals were all experienced people. After the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the Immortals. It crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out, but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the 3 Immortal Gu houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the Overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the 3. No rush. Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, The other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the celestial court immortals, "Stall." Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, "That's right, we having Wu Xie. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless." "You were talking about me." Ing Wu Xie stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded. "Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly. You cannot make any mistakes." Ing Wu Xie took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. "Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous." Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color. Read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam Bam Bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 extreme immortal zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 extreme formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the 3 sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. "All right, I have rank 7 cultivation level now." Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wu Xie spoke happily. "Good. Deal with Fang Yuan first and seize graceful chaotic dual stage." 7-star child immediately replied. Ing Wu Xie nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had graceful chaotic dual stage. If they dealt with him and seized graceful chaotic dual stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Ing Wu Xie was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into Dream was not enough. Against rank 8 goo immortals, it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's goo immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move. They would be able to break it more easily. Ing Wu Xie had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. "Don't be nervous. Take your time. You can do it. Good luck." The Shadow Sect goo immortals were even more nervous than Ing Wu Xie himself. Rank 7. Dream Path killer move. Lead soul into Dream under the immortals' expectant gazes. Ing Wu Xie did not disappoint them. He successfully activated a Dream Path killer move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. It is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming. Where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Feng Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming. Where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxie scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it? Did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Ing Wuxie's performance affected everyone's hearts. Ing Wuxie shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move, it seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals relaxed. Ing Wuxie, this is the first time you're using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded, let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic duel stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic duel stage, Ing Wuxie suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no!" He broke free. Led soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Feng Yuan, it was not very effective. Why? Because among the immortals present, only Feng Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Ing Wuxie. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, lead soul into dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Feng Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Feng Yuan had a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits, at this moment, gave Feng Yuan a huge reward. But when Feng Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the Immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic duel stage, was sent flying. Feng Yuan could not stand steadily. He directly fell inside the Immortal Gu house. But he had already regained his senses. He quickly activated graceful chaotic duel stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the Immortal Gu house to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is lead soul into dream. The Shadow Sect immortals shouted. Many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Ing Wuxie scratched his head, saying anxiously, "Let me try again." Immortal killer move. Lead soul into dream. Feng Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Feng Yuan. Her eyes were like pools of water. She had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time, he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Feng Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Ing Wuxie cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Feng Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the Immortal Gu house and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. Seven Star Child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. And Ing Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an immortal goo house, I cannot defend against it. It hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than Seven-Star Child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and remote antiquity era, the overall strength of the human goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case. They were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many Superforces immortal goo houses also added dream path goo worms. They were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic dual stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious goo immortal of the past. It was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move. Lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia shouted, Ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortals' gazes were gathered on Ing Wuxia's face. Ing Wuxia nodded with certainty. He went in. Kill. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic dual stage again. But graceful chaotic dual stage was extremely dangerous. It actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? Seven-Star Child frowned. He went in. No. He came out again. Ing Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunqing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic dual stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunqing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic dual stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunqing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunqing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunqing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods. They might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated, and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic dual stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Etion Mountain and graceful chaotic dual stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal goo house, this famous goo immortal who had made a name for herself in northern plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunqing had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Chapter 10:14. Fairy Li Shan, can you immediately contact Blazing Heaven Demoness? Fang Yuan's gaze penetrated the immortal Gu house as he looked at the battlefield, asking, with the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demonists did not join the new alliance. This was probably the plan of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were both trapped. Were they afraid that Blazing Heaven Demonists would not help them? Fairy Li Shan understood that she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. She rolled her eyes at Fang Yuan and immediately tried. After a while, her face turned slightly pale as she shook her head and said, "No, this 10-terminal formation is really powerful. You can even block my information path techniques." Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak. He thought to himself, "It seems like I can only contact this strong reinforcement by breaking through the formation." Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demonis arrived, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. He placed her inside the Immortal Gu house. If they were not placed inside the Immortal Gu house, it would be too dangerous outside. It would be unjustifiable. The Blazing Heaven Demonists did not think about it for now. With the reinforcements of He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Li Shan, the Shadow Sect was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. And against Heaven Overseeing Tower, Ing Wu Xie with rank 7 cultivation level was not enough. During the stalemate, the heavenly tribulation gradually strengthened. The heavenly tribulations came one after another without any repetition. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Pa-pa-pa-pa series of crisp sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of Vajra pearls suddenly fell from the sky. Grand Tribulation, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were all moved. Ha ha ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, a Gu Immortal from the Celestial Court stroked his beard and laughed, exposing this tribulation. This tribulation had already surpassed the scope of the 10 catastrophes. Calamities like the Snow War Tribulation Lightning were only within the scope of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. As for this relic Vajra Tribulation, it was a tribulation that was a level above the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would be surrounded by calamities and tribulations. According to one's immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations would occur at certain intervals. Calamities and tribulations are interdependent. If they could not, the Gu Immortal would die. If he could overcome it, his foundation would increase greatly, and his cultivation would rise. Among them, the rank 6 Gu Immortals had Green Grape Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, he reached rank 7. Rank 7 Gu Immortals with Red Date Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity occurred every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A catastrophe every 100 years. After 300 years, he reached rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would condense White Lychee Immortal Essence. A heavenly tribulation every 10 years, and a great tribulation every 50 years. 10,000 tribulations in 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, he became an invincible rank 9 Gu Immortal. Earthly calamity, heavenly tribulation, grand tribulation, myriad tribulation. The power of the calamities and tribulations increased from small to large. The earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation were already very difficult, and the grand tribulation was even more terrifying. Countless Gu Immortals lost their lives because of this. Their immortal light faded forever. This was something that Gu Immortal experts would always remember, constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called Beyond 10,000 Tribulations. There was basically no Gu Immortals who could pass them. Once they passed 1 myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory. Gu Immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 Venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations. He was favored by the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. He had a chance of becoming a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. During the 3rd attempt, he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again, he died. the current old ancestor Shui Hu of northern plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu bitterly. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. They could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely. The calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly. Their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time. They had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced. They were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years. This was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation, even though it was not targeted at them. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were overjoyed. They could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sex immortals had grim expressions. They frowned deeply. Amazing! The Celestial Court's Gu immortals smiled. They had also used the delaying tactic. It was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move. We might be able to defeat the other party. Ha ha ha. Bai Chin Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu venerables, which one can obtain immortality? Revere heaven and earth. Follow the will of providence. That is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the grand tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap, clap, clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Gu House to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Gu, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other Immortal Gu houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the Immortal Gu House and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure. Otherwise, the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal goo houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's goo immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was, this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence, this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal goo house, even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, its specialty was to capture, raise, and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by Rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal Goo House that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power mortal goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power mortal goo. Even though the Immortal Killer Move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power mortal goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish power goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of wish power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the Relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation. In just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is about to collapse. He Lulon cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation. If she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks. Starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic dual stage. This Immortal Goo House could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the Goo Immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the Immortal Goo House earlier. He could not be distracted and control the Immortal Goo House to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation. Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's special ability. Chapter 10:15. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra Tribulation pearl that landed on the Immortal Goo House was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack, 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 the entire Immortal Goo House shook intensely. Cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the Relic Vajra Tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him and sealed inside Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. But Fang Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the Giant Sun's immortal essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, Giant Sun's immortal essence was completely expended. Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended rapidly, causing Feng Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate Immortal Gu guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Feng Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's immortal essence, displaying the profundities of time path. Its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of Grand Tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of Wish Power Mortal Gu, they could not compare to Feng Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The 3 Gu immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 Gu immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say, they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal Gu, this wave of Grand Tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. It seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Feng Yuan controlled the graceful chaotic dual stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings. He could not use an immortal Gu house to seal them. Graceful chaotic dual stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind, and fire. Using the profundity of time path, graceful chaotic dual stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier. He used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the Celestial Court situation was the best, followed by Feng Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure. They were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like 5-finger fist heart sword. Their power was unstoppable. It made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny Light deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal Gu were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Baishang and Bo Qing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow Sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin. The 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide. They could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point. Charge out! Feng Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls. They crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity. He added fuel to the fire. Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxie held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Goo Immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way. We can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect Immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated. Figures after figures flashed out of the 10 Extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and so on. Their numbers were astonishing. This is in graceful chaotic duel stage. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison, "Oomph!" Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned. His killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness. They were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 Extreme formation. Big Sister, Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's eyes, blazing Heaven Demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks, as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 Extreme formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Fong Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the goo formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunsheng realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Fong Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a superforce that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 Extreme formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary Eternal Life Goo? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the Celestial Court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the superforce with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous two waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation Absolute Piercing Rain. The 10 extreme formation was heavily damaged again. The dense, dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Feng Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation Arrow Rain. But this time, he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places. A large number of goo worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal goo house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 goo immortals would not be easy. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation ended. Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage broke apart. The remaining goo worms were collected by their respective goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Chapter 10:16. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was also in ruins. The goo immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The Een fog dissipated, and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Ha ha ha. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while, he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Wake up! Quickly wake up! Wake up? Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no! I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect. After all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court goo immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure I am in a dream realm, but how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Feng Yuan's unravel dream method. Thus, he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of Celestial Court goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old. Furthermore, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Goo, he had to refine Gu consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Qing and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day. Without rest, he rushed towards southern borders Etion Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Tao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing. The sky was dark, and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in mid-air, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's Immortals were extremely anxious, while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadow Sect's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Ingwuxia, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. Huff, after enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals surrounded Ingwuxia. Some relaxed. After all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Ingwuxia's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Ingwuxia's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 Immortal Killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate. Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadow Sect's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Ingwuxia replied, "He is a rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation after all. The Dream Realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into Dream." Very good. Yin sure didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's Immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Ingwuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Ingwuxia's attack on Feng Yuan failed, and Feng Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Ingwuxia shook his head, saying with certainty, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Gu Immortals are controlling him. That's right, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Feng Yuan and the rest. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Feng Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadow Sect is using Dream Path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu Immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have Immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. but they are also being obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in a precarious situation. Fang Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunsheng had a worried expression. It is useless. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Fang Yuan glanced at her, but did not say anything. After the third grand tribulation, graceful chaotic duel stage and sacred feather city were destroyed. Only heaven overseeing tower remained. Celestial court was Fang Yuan's hope, but now that hope was gone. Not to mention the fourth grand tribulation, even if the 10 extreme formation was activated, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Fang Yuan inspected spring-autumn cicada. The time was too short. It had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now, but the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no! The 10 extreme formation also supports sound path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the fourth grand tribulation, zither heart tribulation, and the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, starflow tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside heaven overseeing tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation, in terms of power, surpassed the first three Grand Tribulations combined. And the fifth, Starflow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation, Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity, and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The two Grand Tribulations had not descended yet, and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They had barely survived the first three Grand Tribulations. But now, the fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 Extreme Formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the third Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these two Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, then killed the Southern Border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Zither music suddenly resounded, coiling around people's hearts. The immortals' expressions changed. They felt the world spinning. Some even fell down. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation was slowly activating. In the sky, starlight surged down like a blue tsunami, covering 100,000 li and pressing down heavily. Starflow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's immortals showed unswerving determination. They supported each other and charged up. Only Ying Wuxia was left to deal with heaven overseeing tower alone. Fang Yuan and the rest landed on the ground. Their expressions were pale. They could not block the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation's power. Heaven overseeing tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal goo house, how can they block the two grand tribulations? He he he. Dying under the might of heaven and earth is more glorious than dying of old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan's eyes were bleak. She looked at the sky as blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the zither heart tribulation. The rest were still bitterly holding on. Right at this time, an incomparably vast and peerless aura suddenly rose from the ruins of Etion Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. The Shadow Sect's headquarters that Bai Ning Bing could not find earlier had actually been set up by Shadow Sect long ago. Feeling such an aura, all the Gu immortals present were shaken. Even the rank 8s of Celestial Court had pale expressions. Their gazes were filled with fear. Shadow Sect's immortals, however, showed overjoyed expressions. Our main body has moved. Boom. A huge and sinister ghost hand suddenly stretched out of the immortal aperture's entrance. Rank 9 aura surged. A formless chi wave swept out in all directions. Rocks flew. Smoke and dust rumbled. This is. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rest were tongue-tied. Chapter 10:17. The ghostly hand that came out of life and death blessed land's entrance was huge. It was like a hill. Hiss. Its form had not even come out completely. More than half of it was still inside the entrance. Life and death blessed land's entrance was already open to the maximum, but the ghostly hand could only come out by a small portion. It seemed to be stuck. The aura of rank 9 was vast and majestic. It continued to spread in all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they had difficulty breathing. They had a feeling that they were going to suffocate to death if they stayed here for too long. Looking at this giant hand, it was dark and eerie. It was terrifying. There seemed to be a layer of deep blue light on its surface. What soul beast is this? It has such a terrifying aura. Even immemorial soul beasts might not be able to match it. Don't tell me there are still rank 9 soul beasts in this world? He Lulan cried out involuntarily, her face filled with shock. She still did not know the true identity of this giant ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper. She retreated as she said with a trembling voice, "In this world, only humans can reach rank 9. Thus, humans are the spirit of all living beings. Normally, once a soul leaves the body, it should be weak and floating. The soul was formless and could pass through walls and rocks. But spectral soul demon Venerable's right hand was solid and stable like a mountain. After coming out of life and death blessed land's entrance, it grabbed onto the ruins of Etion Mountain. A large number of rocks turned into powder with his grab. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral soul demon Venerable cultivated soul path. His soul path foundation was already deep to the extreme of returning to one's true self. It was beyond the immortal's imagination. Spectral soul, demon Venerable, looking at the giant hand in front of him. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he stared at the scene before him. He knew the origin of this giant hand, because not long ago, after he was hit by lead soul into Dream Immortal Killer Move, he entered a dream realm again. He heard star constellation Immortal Venerable's melodious voice. Her voice was lonely. The hero was in dire straits. Life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times. Endless heavenly rivers rumble. Sorrow. Spectral nights, endless soul dreams. Where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Along with this poem, Fang Yuan's heart flowed with an inexplicable message. The night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace in my hometown? It revealed Ghostly Hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan first heard about it, he was extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down as he looked at the gigantic ghostly hand. He felt somewhat relieved. Everyone had to die. This was the law of the world. Everyone knew that even a rank 9 Venerable would not be able to withstand it. No one was spared. Then, where did the souls of these rank 9 venerables go to after they died? This point was clearly stated in the Legends of Renzu, the Road of Life, the Road of Death. In Obsession Death Domain, there was the world's largest impartial immortal goo. Just like in the legends, after the death of Verdant Great Sunday, their souls returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables and all living beings in the world. They all had the same ending. The Legends of Renzu clearly stated, the Road of Life was filled with worry goo, while the Road of Death had 3 rounds. They were Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Feng Yuan knew that Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Feng Yuan made a bold guess. The final 3rd round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these 3 obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's goo immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's goo immortals using all sorts of methods, disregarding all sacrifices. What is it trying to refine? Feng Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense, dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy Heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's goo immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these 2 paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Goo back then. Life and death were all living beings. It was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and providence. Fate Immortal Goo might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre. The world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this battle of Etion Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable. What is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death. Struggling at death's door for so many years, he is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many soul path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The goo immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence, even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Chintian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal killer move. Lead soul into dream. Ing Wuxie used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Ing Wuxie, and at this moment, he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Ing Wuxie alone, even if there was a successor to take over Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon, he succeeded. As long as Ing Wuxie set Heaven overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together. They would fall into his trap. Humph. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu House, even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But it was only a damaged object. It was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys. You still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact. 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air. They were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu House, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortal sneered. Logically speaking, even if the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could lift the ground with immense force. But this move of Embroidered Tower was the strongest attack of this Immortal Gu House. The threads used were not ordinary, they were true Dao marks. It used the Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand and the ground together. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need the strength to lift the whole of southern border. Perhaps reckless savage demon Venerable had such strength, but Spectral Soul, who was only left with his soul, could not reach this standard. The foundation of Celestial Court was unfathomable. Even if Spectral Soul faced them, they had methods to deal with him. Seeing the ghostly hand being tightly sewn, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rest were stunned. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also showed worried expressions. But at the next moment, the pitch-black ghostly hand that was almost solid and had thorns suddenly turned limp, turning into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A vast amount of black water gushed out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountains were submerged. The surrounding 10,000 li of soul water surged, turning into a black sea swamp country. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. But at the next moment, a vast amount of black water soared into the sky, turning into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were shocked. The huge ghostly hand swept over. It was so fast that it could not be dodged. Embroidered Tower shattered on the spot. Another hand grabbed. The huge heaven overseeing tower was grabbed by the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand increased its strength. Heaven overseeing tower was covered in cracks. At this rate, the entire heaven overseeing tower was going to be crushed. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation and Star Flow Grand Tribulation attacked at the same time. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky. The zither music was suppressed. He raised his other two arms and tore them apart. Space shattered. A huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The two grand tribulations were easily resolved by spectral soul. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Feng Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. Chapter 10:18. The immortals present could not believe their eyes. Zither Heart Tribulation and Starflow Tribulation. These two grand tribulations were easily resolved by spectral soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the power of a rank 9 demon Venerable? Feng Yuan's heart shook. Spectral soul was already dead. What appeared in front of the immortals was only his soul. This huge soul was no longer in the shape of a human. He was over 1,000 feet tall. He was indomitable. The dark cloud formed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was only at spectral soul's waist. Feng Yuan and the rest were in the air. They were like mosquitoes. Looking at spectral soul's leg, they felt like they were looking at the peak of piercing cloud. Spectral soul's chest had already reached the clouds. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sky. There were as many as 3 of his heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fiery ears, and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on the left and 500 on the right. Black as ink, bulging muscles, firm lines, and dense demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghost hands. Earlier, the celestial quartz goo immortals used embroidered tower to sew the ghost hands on the ground, but it was only 1,000th of them. This image. Could it be? Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan recognized spectral soul demon Venerable. She screamed. She held her head with both hands, shaking her head as she retreated in panic. She no longer had the demeanor of a rank 7 goo immortal. Spectral soul demon Venerable's image was not a secret. It was widely known in the goo immortal world and even in the mortal world. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had the custom of worshipping spectral soul demon Venerable. People used clay to make a statue that resembled spectral soul demon Venerable, and during festivals or sacrifices, they would worship and hold a memorial for him. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her whole body was trembling slightly. With a gulp, Tai Bai Yunxing's throat moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His body was covered in cold sweat. Feng Yuan's face. Excitement and yearning appeared on his face. The shock from before had disappeared without a trace. This is the pinnacle of the soul Tao? The soul returned from the void to reality, interfering with matter and condensing into a physical body. It was inconceivably powerful. Such a soul foundation. It definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. Compared to it, my soul is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. But such a powerful spectral soul demon Venerable still died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out of the door and defied fate, what exactly is his plan? When will I be able to reach the same level as him? But even at this level, death was inevitable. My pursuit, eternal life, does it really exist? Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, he was excited, even as an immortal zombie. But he had an illusion that his blood was boiling. The accomplished are the teachers. Spectral soul demon Venerable was a sage. He was undeniably at the forefront of goo cultivation. Even though Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, in front of spectral soul, he was as insignificant as a fly. However, Feng Yuan's fear had already completely vanished. He was even more excited, almost fanatical. It was like a person who aspired to climb to the highest peak, seeing a very tall mountain, even though it was not his goal. But his body was filled with energy. He wanted to climb and surpass it. Death. Feng Yuan had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left. Even the soul was destroyed. So what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom. At this time, heaven overseeing tower burst out with a grand light, shattering spectral soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The celestial court's goo immortals pursed their lips, looking at this towering giant in front of them. They felt extremely stifled. As expected of spectral soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven overseeing tower lord laughed loudly. His aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind. His sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire. It quickly spread to the other celestial court goo immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, spectral soul demon Venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of heaven. Come, activate Heaven overseeing tower together. The immortals were united. Heaven overseeing tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven overseeing tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven overseeing tower at the center. The celestial court's goo immortals were unwilling. Heaven overseeing tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven overseeing tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller. It was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect goo immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 goo immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 Venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the grand tribulation was useless against Spectral Soul, so it directly created a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison. Fast, fast, fast. The myriad tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light. Killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time. Ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. He Lulon and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 extreme formation. Feng Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This myriad tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 extreme formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%. The following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the Shadow Sect goo immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the Celestial Court, not Feng Yuan, but the great Tao of Heaven. If they were in their complete state, the Shadow Sect goo immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan, and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 extreme formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost. Our main body is out. We have no use now. Right. Enter the 10 extreme formation. It is good to save some time. Then, what about those people? Leave it to us, Ing Wuxia said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The Shadow Sect goo immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These Shadow Sect Gu immortals were actually split souls of spectral soul demon Venerable. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect Gu immortals were not afraid of death. They did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of spectral soul demon Venerable. After the discussion, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals, including Seven Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only two people were left. One was Ing Wuxia, pure dream reality seeker physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9. They were Spectral Soul's final trump card. The other was immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Imo Yao. Even if Imo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation. It could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, Spectral Soul controlled the situation. He resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing heaven, overseeing tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia had no worries. They charged towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan and the rest were not their match. They quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted. Where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand. Sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out. Blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunqing activated man as before immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. She touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back. He smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ing Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled. He felt something amiss. Hee. You are an otherworldly demon. You are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 immortal Gu has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state, I cannot use it anymore, right? Ing Wuxia was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. Night fell. It was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxi Mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly. His eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured. He could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear. Instead, it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled. Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather. You were brought up by me. I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? Why? Why? Facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy. Unhappy? That's right. Saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young. We have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this? The old Gu master was furious. He sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding. How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind. I nurtured you for so many years, hee. I actually wanted to hand the village to you? Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. Enough, enough. The young Gu master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into two. Blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Very soon, laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely. His heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time, his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly, he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. The thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad. Is this freedom? Ha ha ha. If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu master's joyful face. 100,000 years later, thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu master's face as well. But at this time, he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough. Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength. Demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky, tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder amidst this roar. The lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed. The myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon Venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Feng Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Ing Wuxie looked back with joy on their faces. But soon, the sky turned dark again. Endless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Ing Wuxie's expression sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With Spectral Soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under heaven, overseeing tower lords lead. Heaven, overseeing tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, heaven, overseeing tower turned solid, with a loud sound. It crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground, his chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily. 100 arms grabbed at heaven, overseeing tower. Turn again. Heaven, overseeing tower lord shouted. The 6 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, heaven, overseeing tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of heaven, overseeing tower's methods, but it needed to be activated. It was not easy. It needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to graceful chaotic dual stage's method of absorbing external attacks. The 6 celestial court Gu immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven, overseeing tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick, pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, heaven, overseeing tower lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Cut off these arms." Heaven, overseeing tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Ingwu Xie, quickly deal with the celestial court Gu immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Feng Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ingwu Xie gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Feng Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Feng Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Feng Yuan met star constellation immortal Venerable again. Unravel, dream, unravel, dream, unravel, dream, unravel, dream, unravel, dream, unravel, dream. Feng Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ingwu Xie's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation immortal Venerable smiled lightly at Feng Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom transformation. Heaven, overseeing tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven, overseeing tower wanted to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven, overseeing tower. Heaven, overseeing tower could not escape from its phantom state. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try breaking free? Ingwu Xie placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. Feng Yuan. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing shouted. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber. He could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan Tai by Yunsheng. But suddenly, an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were sucked into the ground. Their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ingwu Xie were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon, the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulan Tai by Yunsheng landed on the ground, they regained their freedom. They could move freely. He Lulan Tai by Yunsheng was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Feng Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball. The force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Feng Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Feng Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions, and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lu Lan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued. Chapter 1020. This Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was simply unreasonable. Not only did it trap the Goo Immortal on the ground, it even affected their thoughts. Without thoughts to use Goo Worms, how could the Goo Immortal use their methods? Unless they had Wisdom Path methods to resist it. But there was a precondition. This Wisdom Path method had to be set up beforehand. Otherwise, if the Earth Collapse happened first, even if the Goo Immortal had Wisdom Path methods, they would not be able to use them. The first to strike gained the upper hand. The last to strike would suffer a calamity. Once they lost the initiative, they were basically finished. This showed how strong the Grand Tribulation was, not to mention the myriad tribulation above it. Damn it! Ing Wuxie struggled, but to no avail. He sank deeper and deeper. He shouted in anger. Don't struggle. Don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was very calm. Or rather, Mo Yao's remnant soul inside was very calm. She had experience. When she was alive, she had helped her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. The Grand Tribulation she had seen was even more terrifying than this. In comparison, the Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was gentle and harmless. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Ing Wuxie sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was also stuck in the mud. His black feet were already half buried in the ground. Not just that, the front part of his left foot was tightly sewn to the ground. This was the result of Spectral Soul's body being attacked by Immortal Goo House Embroidered Tower earlier. From this, it could be seen that even though Spectral Soul was extremely powerful, he had already used his full strength. He was not in control of the situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at heaven overseeing tower, preventing it from moving, while the other 4 were staring at the sky. Above the sky, in the sky, the gray, sorrowful clouds became denser. They started to descend. The second myriad tribulation descended. But it was different from the first round's Wind Lightning Prison. Wind Lightning Prison was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, wind lightning surrounded the body, trapping it. But this myriad tribulation was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Could it be that the main body has already been hit? Ing Wuxie shouted. He was incomparably anxious. This is such a good opportunity. Why don't you counterattack? But even when the gray, sorrowful clouds enveloped Spectral Soul, the latter did not move at all. He only stared at heaven overseeing tower, controlling it firmly. The celestial court's Goo Immortals complained incessantly. They used phantom techniques to allow heaven overseeing tower to evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond imagination, he was definitely at great grandmaster level. Heaven overseeing tower's void tactic. Instead, he was used by Spectral Soul, unable to return to his main body. If he couldn't return to reality, how could he fight? How could he harass him? The myriad tribulation is coming. Ing Wuxie gnashed his teeth as he waited for the gray clouds to slowly cover him. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted his eyes, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds descended. But it seemed to be completely unharmed. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Ingwuxie was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock and confusion. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. But someone among the celestial court's Gu immortals recognized this myriad tribulation. But Ingwuxie did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial court's Gu immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial court's Gu immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 Gu immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the Gu immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world. Then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world. Even if they become rank 9 Venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered the world. His killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid spectral soul demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, spectral soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light. It even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of spectral soul demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A group of Gu masters surrounded the family of 3. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions. Father, you can't kill Mother. A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might. Humph! Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan. The leading Gu master was an elderly man. He spoke righteously and shouted angrily. It was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite Gu masters. They raised their arms and shouted, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Whoosh! With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment, his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to call out, but he did not make any sound. From that day on, he became a man of few words. Evidently, this boy was spectral soul demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood, it was no longer hidden in the person's heart, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up. He stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, "I asked you to read our clan's history books. Did you gain anything these days? Come, tell Grandpa." "Grandpa." The boy first bowed before saying, I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights. Oh, tell me about it. The old man said with some interest. Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill. The boy said calmly, Kill? The old man frowned. His tone was slightly heavy. Explain it to Grandpa? Yes. The boy continued. We are hungry. We need food to fill our stomachs. We need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies. We need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control. The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many, many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed. Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use goo worms or hire goo masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations, for example. Enough. The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger, he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, I let you read the history books. It was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor, and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month. Stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes. Yes, Grandpa. The boy accepted the order. His tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 goo master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment goo and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. Wrong. I am only a rank 1 goo master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door, in the secret passage, and then come out to scare Grandpa? The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door and could only listen. 2 people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried. He was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father. The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan goo has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt. A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. This unfilial son wants to seize power from me. Do you think it is possible? The clan leader shouted. Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him, only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, the young man's grandpa's voice sounded. This unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first, and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out. As long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave. Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. Chapter 10:21. Tai Bai Yunsheng carried Feng Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral soul demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan, who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not make things difficult for them. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance, They were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 extreme formation had also entered a crucial period. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon, they threw the Battle of Etion Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Feng Yuan, wake up. He Lulan slapped Feng Yuan's face, but the latter still had no reaction. He was sleeping soundly. Without Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains Gu Immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border Gu Immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's battered appearance, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etion Mountain? Speak, what happened there? Tai Bai Yunsheng had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered. If you want to know what happened, go and take a look. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans were near Etion Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which super force, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's aura were weak. They were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They are also so arrogant. Attack. Take down those 3 first. Thus, this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Etion Mountain, the gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Ying Wuxie and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Humph, immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxie, who was beside him. Ying Wuxie was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Ying Wuxie scratched his head, pointing forward, but this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad Tribulation Gray Memory had no threat to someone like Ying Wuxie. Because Ying Wuxie was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second Myriad Tribulation is extremely sinister. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qinglang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is older. He has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him, the gray fog rolled, and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes. They were already showing the time when Spectral Soul became a Gu Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lad, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, 2 eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Yes, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. Hee hee, ha ha ha. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter. It grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind. Then accept the test of the inheritance. Roar. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs. Its body was covered in thick scales. It had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open. Its sharp teeth were shining with cold light. They were like daggers. On its head, there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body, there was also the aura of a goo immortal. Evidently, this was a beastman goo immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans. In history, during the era of the 3 demon venerables, they suffered the greatest losses. To think that during spectral soul's growth, he would meet a beastman goo immortal. This beastman goo immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth, biting at spectral soul. But goo immortal spectral soul did not dodge. The beastman bit down fiercely, breaking spectral soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack, crack. The beastman chewed. Under its sharp teeth, spectral soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste. Thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the beastman's throat moved. He swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great. I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The beastman goo immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral soul did not retreat. He let it bite. The beastman goo immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but spectral soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the beastman goo immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The beastman goo immortal stopped. He sized up spectral soul. His tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed. Others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all. I know it clearly when I eat it. Then, is my flesh tasty? Spectral soul asked plainly. The beastman goo immortal frowned, recalling. To speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice. Your bones are tough. They are not tasty. It is like when I was young. I was hunted by you humans. I had to run around in a world of ice and snow. I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. Ha ha ha. I have been trapped here. I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now, this is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines. I love them the most. Ha ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman goo immortal grabbed. He broke open spectral soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The beastman goo immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of spectral soul, he slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the beastman goo immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into spectral soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then, you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The beastman goo immortal's movements froze. He became furious. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing spectral soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The beastman goo immortal took out spectral soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change. He became interested in it. The Beastman Gu Immortal felt this gaze. His expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs. You find it interesting? The Beastman Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course, eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The Beastman Gu Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed. His eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating Celestial Court Gu Immortals, as well as Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wuxie, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm. His gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals gasped. That Celestial Court Gu Immortal, who was very confident in gray memory, saw this and had a grim expression. He lost his confidence. But at this time, the Beastman Gu Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily. He was very happy. Tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Ha ha ha, you were deceived. But don't be sad. You are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul's gaze flickered. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, July Quangren trapped me and did not kill me. He wanted to obtain my food path. I was not his match. But he wanted my things. They were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him. I would pass my food path to a human descendant, but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here. Many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But even July Quangren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks. I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger. I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. Ha ha ha. So do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent. He was very calm. The Beastman Gu Immortal's expression froze. He suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear. What's going on? What's going on? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, If you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the Beastman Goo Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Goo Immortal Spectral Soul, even though the other party only had a head left. But the Beastman Goo Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Chapter 1022. Not just the Beastman Goo Immortals. Even the Celestial Court Goo Immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater than over equal to. Demon? Demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed. Even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed. His greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon Venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him. He is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken. Everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged. They might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon Venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals' disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain, and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time, in the sky, there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation gray memory has not passed, but another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral soul demon Venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that. Thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation grand clear space. Among the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds, but it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew, the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind. Its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history, there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 Wings Bluebird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, the Jade Bird descended, flying around the mountain like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, Spectral Soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral Soul did not react. Wu Xie, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal Zombie Boqing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around Spectral Soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed Spectral Soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of zhang high in the sky. The surrounding hundredly rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind Spectral Soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen, there was a green light. This was the green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Goo Masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Goo Immortals. Spectral Soul was still a Goo Immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. Humans, you are going too far. The Featherman Goo Immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an Immortal Goo house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Goo Immortals flew into the Immortal Goo house, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human goo immortals were not their match. They were quickly defeated. Even Goo, immortal spectral soul, could not resist the power of the immortal goo house. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon, the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded spectral soul from all directions. Surrounding him tightly, there was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral Soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger. His cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was. Goo, immortal spectral soul, charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Thieving Heaven, even though you are a demon venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me." However, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Goo, immortal spectral soul, was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak. His hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere. Living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul attacked a certain super force and slaughtered countless people just to obtain lifespan goo. He played with this lifespan goo in his hand. His gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself, "Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us?" He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of thief, providence, appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his arms behind his back. He had a cold expression. "When I was young, I desired everything here. But now, I have already achieved supreme Tao. The things here, no matter how precious they are, they no longer attract me. I came here because I have a question." The will of thief Providence smiled. "I understand. People who have reached our level, they have many questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experience with you. You can use it as a reference." "Okay." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. The will of thief Providence continued. "You might already know that I am not a person of this world. Using your understanding, I am an otherworldly demon. The world I came from has a different scenery and foundation from this world. To me, I am only a guest here. I want to go home. I have been working hard for this my entire life. My original name is Benjia Sunday. My original appearance has golden hair and azure eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée. We were discussing the wedding preparations. My social status is also very high because I am a mecha master." "Chicken rack?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes shined with deep interest. He had traveled the 5 regions, but this was the first time he heard about the world outside the heavens. Mecha, you can think of it as a type of puppet or armor. When a person is inside, they can control it and unleash immense battle strength. The will of thief Providence explained. A moment later, another scene appeared. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held a giant sun true inheritance. After looking at it, he sighed. This possession method can extend lifespan. But using the soul to possess the body is merely a method to prolong one's life. Death is unavoidable. To extend lifespan, lifespan goo is the most important. The path of Gu immortals. There are many calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Giant Sun. O Giant Sun. Even if you created 88-point Jinyang Tower to plunder Northern Plains lifespan Gu. But Providence is dangerous. It produces fewer and fewer lifespan Gu, even if you take all the lifespan Gu in the world. So what? Producing lifespan Gu is the work of Providence. To live forever in this world, Providence is the key. In the river of time, spectral soul demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a budding red lotus on the river. His entire body was emitting dense darkness that corroded the red lotus. Finally, after using all his strength, he successfully left behind a ghostly face on the surface of the red lotus. The most mysterious red lotus demon Venerable in history. Spectral soul demon Venerable sighed. His face was filled with fatigue, but his eyes were shining. I want to see why you purposely stopped and left behind the remnant fate immortal Gu back then. A long while later, spectral soul demon Venerable's expression was filled with shock and confusion. He muttered to himself, "Star constellation immortal Venerable's scheme is so deep, so only a complete otherworldly demon can completely destroy fate. Like thieving heaven demon Venerable, he is only half an otherworldly demon, similar to the immortal killer move soul piercing that I created, because his soul originates from an otherworldly world, while his body originates from this world. To extend my lifespan, I have to go against the heavenly Tao and Providence. Unfortunately, Providence has no soul. I cannot kill Providence. Maybe by using the essence of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon." In a dark secret room, spectral soul demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Countless Gu formations were set up in front of him. Inside the Gu formation, there were many corpses. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral soul demon Venerable's hair was disheveled. His hands and body were covered in blood. He was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Ren Zhu? The Legends of Ren Zhu, the Legends of Ren Zhu. To think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path, the true inheritance left behind by Ren Zhu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body. After my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also. A pity. It is too late. It is too late. My injuries are too severe. Death is right in front of me. This scene made the celestial court's Gu immortals extremely shocked. Spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still ongoing. Chapter 10:23. It was another scene. Inside the Gate of Life and Death. Obsession Death Realm. Spectral soul demon Venerable no longer had a physical body. What was in front of everyone was a soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the lake and said to himself, "Very good. I created the soul-devouring method from Food Path. Not only did it allow me to recover to my peak condition, it also allowed me to devour the souls of other Gu immortals and obtain their memories and cultivation experiences. This is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I haven't found the souls of any other immortal sovereigns or demon sovereigns. It was understandable that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not return either. Did he successfully return home? It's time to return to the human world. Without Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley blocking the way, it would be much easier for me to walk out of the Gate of Life and Death in Renzu. However, it's not appropriate for my main body to make a move for now. I'll first send some of my soul fragments out to pave the way for my main body. Humph. When I regain control of the universe, I'll deal with you. Spectral Soul's gaze landed on a special soul. He was currently sleeping soundly, his entire body releasing a golden radiance. He was like a sun as he descended by the lakeside. In the following scene, it was no longer spectral soul, but 7 mortals. Seeing the light of day again, I am deeply moved. Among the 7 people, one of them looked up at the sun and said, "Even though we are mortals now, with the cultivation experiences given by our main bodies, we can definitely become Gu immortals." The reverse flow river blocked the way. Originally, there were 10 clones, but only 7 of us made it out. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort for my main body to come out. Once someone with ulterior motives found out, it would be even more troublesome. They won't sit idly by. To be safe, we should split up and secretly develop in the 5 regions. Every once in a while, they will communicate with each other. If that's the case, why don't we create an organization to deceive people? Not bad. Let's call it the Shadow Sect. It's as inconspicuous as a shadow, but it's everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. All right, there are 7 of us. They were called red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Just like the immemorial 7 heavens, they were once high and mighty, but now they had fallen. This is a warning to myself not to be lazy and slack. So it soared immortal Bo Ching. It really is one of spectral soul demon Venerable's split souls. Celestial Court's Gu immortals exclaimed. One of the old women said in shame, "The evidence is irrefutable. My spirit affinity house is indeed at fault for failing to supervise. It's impossible to guard against a demon Venerable's means. Even the Celestial Court was infiltrated by a traitor of his soul, not to mention Spirit Affinity House. Fortunately, the Pagoda Master noticed. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower to discover this shocking secret. That gave us a chance to stop this unparalleled demon." The Celestial Court's Gu immortals sighed. Right now, even though they could not continue to harass him, Spectral Soul's situation was not good either. Ever since the descent of Gray Memory Myriad Tribulation, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the Myriad Tribulation Grand clear space to attack him. His injuries were terrible to look at now. Ching. On the ground, within immortal zombie Bo Ching's body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was also moved by the image of the handsome middle-aged man. Around her, similarly, gray fog surged, showing a moving scene from deep within her memories. It was a scene of ruins, mangled corpses, blood was flowing everywhere. It seemed like she had gone through an intense battle. Ching, don't die. You cannot die. If you die, how can I live? Mo Yao hugged sword immortal Bo Ching, crying helplessly. Bo Ching weakly held Mo Yao's hand. At this point, I will not hide anything from you. I come from Shadow Sect. I was originally a split soul of spectral soul demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person, falling in love with me. It will only cause you to suffer. Go, quickly go. If not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook. She shook her head. She rejected firmly. No, I won't go. I don't care what your identity is. I only know that we love each other deeply. That is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. I cannot live with you, but I can die with you. Oh, oh, oh. Ingwu Xia watched from the side, clicking his tongue. He had a look of surprise on his face. Gray fog rumbled endlessly. The scenes around Spectral Soul became even more chaotic. Earlier, it was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now, it was split into 7 people. These 7 people had only inherited a small portion of the foundation. They all had their own hardships and pain. Moreover, every once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body in Obsession to Death domain would travel reverse flow river and send out his split souls. This made the scenes even more chaotic. However, there was still a huge scene that attracted everyone's attention. The 6 people from Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch to leave the door of life and death. They had all become immortals now. It is my fault. Green spoke. If I did not ask Green to teach that unscrupulous merchant of jewel yellow skies a lesson, Green would not have fallen in love and betrayed us, even exposing his main body. This is not your fault, Green. Green. Z comforted him. This is a trap set up by the will of the heavens. Didn't you realize it? When we were mortals, it was not obvious. But as our cultivation level grew, nothing went smoothly. We became more and more troubled. No matter what we do, there will be unexpected changes and setbacks. We need to deal with Green's matter quickly, otherwise, it will interfere with our main body's plan. What should we do? Green walks the path of sword path. He has the strongest battle strength. Do we need to gather together and get rid of him? Even though this is possible, the price is huge and the risk is high. I have a plan. If we succeed, we might be able to get Fairy Emoya to join us. Purple said leisurely. Oh, what plan? Purple smiled. Green fell in love because of Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal goo, Love Love. This goo is rank 9. Its power is unrivaled. Green's fall is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete. He will not be able to defend against such an attack. But coincidentally, I gained some insights today. My wisdom path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster. Furthermore, we have been communicating. I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an immortal goo recipe that can refine Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo? Purple nodded. That's right. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of emotion. Even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo, in fact, we only need to cut the love Dao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration. He will think that he created this brand new immortal goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut. He will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Emoya will still have the threads of emotion on her. We can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. Haha, as expected of Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Emoya's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo in the future. Then, after that Green, did he deceive my feelings, or did he still love me? At once, Emoya's remnant soul fluctuated intensely. She was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era, there are countless lifespan goo. Green slightly raised her head. Her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence, Green said solemnly. Haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist. What do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green. From Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Emoya? Hee hee. Green laughed coldly. That foolish woman. She is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. She is trying to draw the Grand Tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Emoya's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that Change Soul Immortal Goo and that Immortal Killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there. You can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused Immortal Zombie Bo Ching's body to shake intensely. Ing Wuxia sensed something amiss. He quickly said, Don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation. It might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching did not speak. He was silent like steel. His fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense, and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial blue heaven fragment to research Providence. He has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly. Even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. Sigh. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times that of the first. Evidently, Providence does not allow us to become venerables. It has been targeting us all along. To tell you the truth, I have felt something amiss recently as well. First it was green, then blue, and I will be next. The immortals were shocked. They quickly said, "Purple, don't think too much." This is not thinking too much. This is the premonition of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After something happens to me, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, Providence's power is beyond our estimation, but it is not impossible to deceive it. From now on, Shadow Sect should lay low and accumulate strength in the dark. When it goes against heaven in the future, it will be best if it explodes in one go. Providence will not have enough time to react. Chapter 10:24. It was another rather large painting. Green, let's go. Yellow grabbed Green's arm, dragging him out. No, I won't go. I can still be saved. Look at those 10 venerable immortal fetus Gu. They still have some aura left. Green shouted, struggling, let me go. That was my life's work. Do you think this explosion was an accident? Look at these rank 8 immortal materials. Take a good look. Yellow shouted angrily. Green's body shook, clarity flashed in his eyes. He recognized them. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with lingering fear, "These immortal materials are all filled with Providence." That was close. At that moment, my mind was actually affected by Providence. Even after setting up such a huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Trench, Providence still sensed us? Only a complete otherworldly demon cannot be sensed by Providence. We were sensed. There is nothing to be discouraged about. Give up. We will start again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless. He stared at the sand, nodding with a heavy expression. I already told you, your deduction is completely wrong. Red Lotus True Inheritance has nothing to do with me. Gu Immortal Dali said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal's face was shrouded in fog. It could not be seen clearly. Only the red lotus mark on his forehead was bright and clear. He or she sneered. I used the time path methods of Red Lotus True Inheritance to deduce. How could I be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is going to be on you. Dali was silent for a while before saying, "Then what else is there to say? Let's fight." Saying so, he charged forward. You finally stopped hiding. The mysterious Gu Immortal was also filled with battle intent. The intense battle lasted for a long time. Gu Immortal Dali could not defeat his opponent. He was suppressed by the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation, grand clear space, was finally over. Spectral Soul could not resist at all. His body was covered in injuries by the countless green birds. His body had shrunk by a third. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to break free from phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had unknowingly dissipated. More than half of it had already dissipated. This meant myriad tribulation, gray memory, was also over. However, the calamity in the sky was still continuing. Another wave of myriad tribulation was gathering power above Spectral Soul's head. As long as Spectral Soul was not destroyed, Providence would never let him go. Myriad tribulations, oil poison. Droplets of sticky, poisonous oil dripped down from the sky. This oil seemed to be extremely hot. When it landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling sound as purple smoke rose. The oil had seeped and flowed into the wound. The parts of Spectral Soul that were corroded by the oil started to rot intensely. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from a single drop into a series, and then into countless strands, falling from the sky and enveloping a radius of several hundred li. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in the poisonous oil. It was corroding and rotting at a visible rate. His body was shrinking rapidly, but he still didn't move. Ing Wu Xie was down below. His face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do anything as he was struck by the great tribulation, earth caving. Any movement, or even excited thoughts, would cause him to sink deeper and deeper. What happened? You two ended up like this, he muttered, glancing at immortal zombie Bo Ching beside him. From the start, immortal zombie Bo Ching was silent like a statue. He did not move. As if his heart had died, he was indifferent to the outside world. Fortunately, they were under Spectral Soul's feet. Blocked by Spectral Soul's towering body, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Ing Wuxie and immortal zombie Bo Ching. A few 100,000 li away, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing helped each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu immortals chased after them. The consciousness of the 5 regions Gu immortals. They were very strong. Even in the most enlightened Eastern Sea, outsiders did not have an easy time. They were often bullied and ostracized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan almost killed a southern border Gu immortal, the situation went out of control. The southern border Gu immortals were furious. Outsiders of northern plains were so arrogant. They were going too far. Not only did they fight in southern border, they even injured our people. What did they think our southern border was? Thus, they chased relentlessly. Not just that, they even called for reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were not in good condition to begin with. They were injured. They fought and retreated. Under their intentional guidance, they were getting further and further away from Etian Mountain. No matter how ambitious He Lulan was, she did not dare to get close to that place. That was not a stage for rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not even rank 7s. Rank 8s were only side characters. That was the battlefield where Spectral Soul and Providence fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown to the world. It had surpassed the limits of historical records. It was formless and had no substance. It only had an extremely profound and unfathomable aura. Wherever the aura went, Spectral Soul's body would explode again and again. Spectral Soul was a soul, but he was condensed into a solid form, like a soul beast. Now that he was detonated by the aura, his mountain-like body was gone. Only his skeleton was left. Large pieces of his soul were sent flying. Within the gray fog, another scene appeared. Inkstone coughed out blood. He held heavenly secret goo as he muttered, "So Fong Yuan has spring-autumn cicada." No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land to seize Danghun Mountain. Next, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is an otherworldly demon and also has spring-autumn cicada. He has clearly escaped fate. This is the best chess piece for me to deal with Providence. All right, let me cover for you and Tai Bai Yunsheng, to prevent others from deducing you. Qin Baisheng observed the immemorial ruin bats secretly, as well as the calamities and tribulations in the world. This was the scene of Dongfang Naganori's reincarnation and tribulation. Dongfang Naganori only reincarnated, but because he was tainted by the main body's aura, Providence sensed him and sent such a calamity. In the future, when the main body revives, the calamities and tribulations will be even greater. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded. We can leave now. This probe against Providence has ended. But why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Jiangyu appeared with a terrible expression. Chu Rong is dead. The operation to retrieve ordinary thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Baisheng was slightly shocked. Chu Rong has Fire Path Grandmaster attainment level. He has rank 7 cultivation level. He is 3 thatched demon immortals inheritor. Fairy Jiangyu said, "This person has hidden himself deeply. His methods are ruthless. Even I could not return. 3 thatched demon immortal forget it. I will give up on ordinary thatched hut. The plan is about to start. We cannot expose our identity because of this immortal goo house and cause Providence to attack us prematurely." Qin Baisheng thought for a while before saying, "Luopa Valley." Shadow Sect's group had grim expressions as they faced the central continent goo immortals. Qin Baisheng's gaze was fixed on Feng Jiuge as he sighed. Providence's attack has already arrived. In order to protect the pawn Feng Yuan, Inkstone helped him conceal his tracks. Central Continent's Gu immortals investigated Feng Yuan, but after following the clues, they ended up investigating us instead. What do we do now? Fairy Jiangyu asked. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Qin Baishang gritted his teeth. Cough, cough. Inkstone coughed nonstop. His face was pale. He was so weak and exhausted that he felt like he might not be able to catch his breath. This time, I used Heavenly Secret Goo and used 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition was not good. It had already been used. Seeing that Feng Yuan came to Etion Mountain in advance, he clearly knows about the battle at Etion Mountain. This means that my main body had already failed once, so he used that Red Lotus True Inheritance to revive Feng Yuan, going back to the past and changing the future. Fortunately, it is only a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. There is no need to fear it. In that case, Feng Yuan is an excellent benchmark. Looking at his performance, I will be able to deduce more things. Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just search his soul? Would it affect the overall situation? According to my arrangements, Bo Qing, 7-star child, and the rest have already tried to delay Celestial Court. This result should be much better than my previous life. Old Man Inkstone sat in a pavilion. He looked at the white fog on the green mountain. It was changing unpredictably. Zombie Alliance has also made arrangements. It can be used as a backup plan to salvage the situation. Of course, it would be best if we can preserve it. Sigh, I hope I won't need to use it. After using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I still have over 20 years of lifespan left. It is time to die. It is only natural for my split soul to return to my main body. But before I die, I will deduce the tribulations for my main body. A long while later, cough, cough, cough. I did not die. That means I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it's every generation of Shadow Sect's think tanks. After countless deductions, they finally achieved a qualitative change. This is quite ironic. With Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, a Wisdom Path killer move can deduce the contents of the tribulations. However, this Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth. When he was alive, he did everything he could to get rid of the main body's influence. To think that after death, he would actually help Shadow Sect so greatly. Seeing this, the Celestial Court's Goo immortals were pale with fright. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already reached the stage of deducing tribulations. This meant that Spectral Soul was not moving in the Myriad Tribulation. It was quite suspicious. The mysterious Myriad Tribulation was gradually ending. The final Myriad Tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and the ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, 1,000,000 vines wrapped around Spectral Soul, forming a huge ball of vines. They coiled around him, getting tighter and tighter. They even took root in Spectral Soul's body, absorbing his soul as nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. The Celestial Court's Goo immortals shifted their gazes, coming to a realization. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the contents of the tribulations. They had made arrangements to deal with them. Spectral Soul purposely did not resist. He wanted to use the power of the Myriad Tribulation to fuse his Soul Path Foundation into the formation, using it as nutrients. What is he trying to refine? He is actually using his demonic soul as a goo material. Not just that. The Myriad Tribulation is actually engraving Space Path, Poison Path, Chi Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks on his body, destroying his Soul Path Dao marks. The reason why he could injure Spectral Soul is because these Dao marks are not weaker than the Soul Path Foundation he accumulated for 100,000 years. Gasp! Sensing this, the Celestial Court's Goo immortals drew in a sharp breath. It seemed that Spectral Soul not only refined himself, he even used the power of the Myriad Tribulation to help him achieve his goal. What exactly was he plotting? The 10 extreme formation was at its final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was getting brighter. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. His face was filled with unswerving determination as he said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. We need to destroy Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we need to destroy this tin extreme formation as soon as possible. But we are already in phantom form. No, we still have one chance to retaliate. This is the research result of the successive generations of heaven overseeing Tower Lords. It has always been a tightly guarded secret. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord said. The celestial quartz goo immortals were surprised and joyful. Then why aren't you using it? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly, saying the price of using it. The celestial quartz goo immortals fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1025. A moment later, someone stood up. Shadow sect can be sacrificed. Why can't our celestial court? I am willing to stay behind and control heaven overseeing Tower. I am also willing. Sacrificing this body to kill a demon Venerable. Why not? More and more goo immortals stood up. Of course, there were also celestial court goo immortals who had different opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what spectral soul is refining. The situation is not irreversible yet. Where there is life, there is hope. Back then, when spectral soul was alive, he did not attack celestial court. Now that he is dead, he is definitely not as strong as when he was alive. What does our mighty celestial court have to fear? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Those who are determined to stay behind, activate Heaven overseeing Tower with me. As for the rest, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, try to gather the remnant immortal goo houses and bring them back to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's side finally came to an agreement. Heaven overseeing Tower suddenly shot out a dazzling light. A pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Heaven overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was secretly shocked. He tried to control Heaven overseeing Tower to prevent it from breaking free from phantom form. Heaven overseeing Tower did not intend to break free from phantom form. In fact, its final counterattack method required it to maintain its phantom form at all times. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded in heaven and earth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the new and stronger strength of Heaven overseeing Tower. With a loud bang, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the surrounding area. The myriad tribulation bramble dragon was originally coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but at this moment, under Heaven overseeing Tower's influence, it changed its target, directly pouncing towards the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's expression finally changed. Heaven overseeing Tower's move was out of his expectations. Even though he had schemed for tens of thousands of years, deduced countless times, and expended the lives of generations of wisdom path goo immortals. The entire plan had been deduced over and over again, perfected over and over again. But he still did not expect Heaven overseeing Tower to have such a method. It could control myriad tribulations. What method was this? An intense aura erupted. Spectral Soul could no longer remain unmoved. He quickly used his methods to block the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced countless myriad tribulations. In order to complete the mysterious immortal goo in the 10 extreme formation, his battle strength had already been greatly weakened. But at this moment, when he attacked with his full strength, his demonic might was still towering, and his might was invincible. He had lost more than half of his soul path Tao marks. However, at this moment, the light of Tao marks lit up one after another, and it was even denser and brighter than the stars in the sky. An unimaginably violent confrontation one side controlled the myriad tribulations to attack, while the other soul turned invisible to defend against the attacks of the countless vines. Even though he was alone, even though only his soul was left, Spectral Soul displayed miraculous battle techniques. He blocked all the vines and thorny dragons that came at him. The 10-terminal grand formation was tightly protected by him, and not a single drop of water could enter. Heaven overseeing Tower, which was still in an illusory state, was disintegrating. Moreover, the speed of its disintegration was getting faster and faster. The countless mortal goo that made up Heaven overseeing Tower were slowly disintegrating. Including the immortal goo, every second, a large number of them were being destroyed. Within Heaven overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, A rank 8 celestial court goo immortal would die, dying on the spot. In order to control the myriad tribulations, celestial court's side had paid a huge price. It was the same for spectral soul. He was already heavily injured, and when he resisted the thorny dragon myriad tribulation, his soul and demonic body were rapidly weakening. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a balloon with a huge hole. The aura that had filled heaven and earth had weakened. The surging demonic might seem to have turned from a prairie fire into a bonfire. Spectral soul, you are defying heaven. You will not have a good ending. Before dying, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord let out his final curse. Around him, the celestial court's goo immortals were all dead. Rumble. Only a small portion of Heaven overseeing Tower remained. It completely disintegrated, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal goo and immortal goo. Following the pillar of light, they penetrated the heavenly wind-chi wall and flew towards the depths of white heaven. The celestial court's goo immortals who were left behind in white heaven took action and retrieved these immortal goo. The most important one was Fate Immortal Goo. Spectral Soul's body had already shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. He was only tens of meters tall now. Not just that, his soul true body was not condensed. It was very transparent and drifted with the wind. His aura was extremely weak. The Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, also dissipated completely at this moment. A sword light flashed in the air. Immortal zombie Bo Ching had already flown to Spectral Soul. Imo Yao's remnant soul in his body shouted coldly, "Spectral Soul, return my son to me." Spectral Soul's gaze, however, was fixed on the 10 Extreme formation. The formation's dark fog had already dissipated. The 10 Extreme immortal zombies had already been sacrificed. Only a round ball was left, flickering with a dazzling 9-colored light. Immortal zombie Bo Ching continued to get closer. "You promised me that you would revive him." Spectral Soul slowly moved his gaze towards immortal zombie Bo Ching's face. The split soul that created Bo Ching was destroyed in the Grand Tribulation. Since the split soul is gone, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo Ching clenched his fists. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo Ching's main body. My revival also includes Bo Ching's revival. I will rule the world in the future. It also means that Bo Ching has reached rank 9 attainment level. Wasn't this what you hoped for back then? Spectral Soul said slowly. Old fool. Immortal zombie Bo Ching was furious. He charged towards Spectral Soul, but the sword light had just appeared when it stopped. Immortal zombie Bo Ching floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. Are you the last obstacle to me? He. Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yin Shi's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, he. You forgot that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split soul. You also forgot who was secretly feeding them all these years. Spectral Soul's tone was cold. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, I will give you one last chance. Kill them to atone for your disobedience. They were naturally referring to the celestial court goo immortals deep in white heaven. Pooey. Himph. Foolish woman. At the next moment, Imo Yao's remnant soul was forcefully pulled out and swallowed by Spectral Soul. After swallowing this remnant soul, Spectral Soul's body became slightly more solid. Wu Xie. Protect me. You will only need a dozen or so breaths of time to succeed. Spectral Soul said. Spectral Soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Ing Wu Xie flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul as he looked around vigilantly. The pillar of light that pierced the heavenly wind-chi wall had vanished. There is no more chance. The celestial court goo immortals sighed. They stored the remaining goo worms in heaven, overseeing Tower, and left. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand to touch this refined immortal goo. His eyes were filled with emotions. After planning for tens of thousands of years, I racked my brains and worked hard. Finally, today, I refined this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will become half a heavenly demon. I will reach an unparalleled realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Ranzu revives, he will be inferior to me. Huh? Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter contained madness, relief, smugness, and pride. He was venting, a gust of wind blew. Spectral Soul's figure swayed in the wind. He had expended almost all of his strength. If not for devouring Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to maintain his basic form. The laughter stopped. Spectral Soul squinted with a dark light. But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. The remaining soul path Dao marks on his body shined brightly at this moment. He could sense with his soul. He had a huge range. In White Heaven, the celestial court Gu immortals had left behind many investigative Gu worms. They had already left. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Soul light shone brightly. He opened his mouth and let out a breath of eerie qi. This breath of eerie qi flew upwards. It penetrated the heavenly wind qi wall that enveloped White Heaven. The celestial court Gu immortals' investigative Gu worms were all destroyed. Not a single one was left. Spectral Soul looked around. Soon, he saw Feng Yuan. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were protecting him. Feng Yuan was lying on the ground. His eyelashes were trembling. He was about to wake up. He is awake. He is about to wake up. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted in joy. He Lulan frowned deeply. She looked at the sky and said without turning her head, "Then why are you not waking him up? Use fixed immortal travel to leave this damned place." Spectral Soul frowned slightly, but soon, his frown eased. Right now, they were hundreds of thousands of li apart. The surrounding 10,000 li of Etian Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulation. It was completely destroyed. If Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel, he could only teleport 10,000 li away. Even if he woke up, he might not choose to take the risk here. Even if he chose to take the risk, Spectral Soul had enough time. Moreover, after being cleansed by the myriad tribulations, this world was exceptionally clean. The Gu immortals died. The immortal apertures they left behind were all refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion was also destroyed by the myriad tribulations. Only life and death-blessed land was purposely preserved. There is no need to worry anymore. Something's not right. Spectral Soul suddenly looked at Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia blinked, looking at his main body. "How much lifespan do you have left?" Spectral Soul asked. Ing Wuxia replied, "We still have the time to brew a cup of tea. It is more than enough." Spectral Soul's heart was finally at ease. He could not hold on any longer. His body dissipated and condensed into a soul ball. It was the size of a basin. It was condensed into a solid form and floated towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. During this process, Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. "Providence!" he shouted as he sat up. He was filled with anger and anxiety. "Feng Yuan, you finally woke up." Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were overjoyed. Feng Yuan actually attacked his two benefactors. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were caught off guard. They were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Feng Yuan activated this rank 6 immortal Gu. Guh. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered. Fixed immortal travel's activation failed. "Damn it, I have to make it in time." He gritted his teeth, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He arrived at a place 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Looking at the battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was dumbfounded. His entire body turned cold. It was too late. Like Spectral Soul expected, Feng Yuan could not make it in time. But right when Spectral Soul was about to merge with sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a hand suddenly stretched out. Ing Wuxia grabbed onto Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already at the end of his rope. Before he could react, he heard Ing Wuxia say 4 words. "Led soul into dream." Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. Feng Yuan's soul flew out of Ing Wuxia's body. It quickly fused into the rank 9 immortal Gu in front of him. Chapter 1026. Let us rewind time to not too long ago. Heaven overseeing tower turned phantom. floating above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick black arms seemed to have shrunk greatly. They became thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed. The spreading dark clouds quickly gathered at the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, "Chop off these arms." Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a sharp arrow. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would be cut off. Ingwu, quickly go and deal with the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ingwu gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. "Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first." Saying so, he activated the rank 8 Immortal Killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, zither music resounded. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used his Dream Path Killer move, but the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his Unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ingwu killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music reverberated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan. She started to sing. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. Deep in the dream realm, the only way to unravel it was. With his defeat, Fang Yuan had no way to turn the situation around. But at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. The singing faded away. When a hero is down and out, his life is full of troubles and misfortunes. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages, the endless heavenly river surges. Worry. The night is long and dreamy. Where can I find peace? How many spring and autumn does a person's heart change? Providence alone is boundless. Once again, a mysterious message flowed in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan's soul, which had fallen into a dream, violently shook. Things change in the spring and autumn, but providence is boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the last line of the poem. It turned out that the mysterious rank 7 Immortal Gu he obtained from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was Change Soul Immortal Gu. Back then, Mo Yao was worried that her beloved Bo Qing would fail the tribulation. He decided to use Change Soul Immortal Gu at the crucial moment to swap their souls, to deceive everyone and save her beloved Bo Qing. Bo Qing also wanted to use Mo Yao to help him transcend the tribulation, but he was afraid that the tribulation would affect his will. Thus, he directly gave this Immortal Gu to Mo Yao instead of just renting it. Thus, Change Soul Immortal Gu was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with Mo Yao's will. Next, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a Gu formation. While stabilizing these Immortal Gu that he obtained, he slowly refined them. Because of Mo Yao's will, Change Soul Immortal Gu was refined by Fang Yuan first. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, because they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Etian Mountain. They were still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. According to the last line of the poem, Fang Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Gu to swap souls with Ingwu. Of course, it was not so simple. The information in Fang Yuan's heart contained an Immortal Killer move. This Immortal Killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Gu as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, and many Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Fang Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan had no way out. The other party was spectral soul demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus, he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxie's souls were swapped secretly. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by Lead's soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Ing Wuxie's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Ing Wuxie's soul entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Fang Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Fang Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try breaking free for me? Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng shouted. But Fang Yuan was in deep sleep. He could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon, Fang Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Ing Wuxie has many immortal goo, Lead soul into Dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them. They could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Bo Qing and Ing Wuxie were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting spectral soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai by Yunsheng, and Fang Yuan were not affected by the grand tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created a mysterious ball. The force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng brought Fang Yuan and quickly escaped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon, He Lulan, Tai by Yunsheng, and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Fang Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the celestial court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking, it seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Ing Wuxie only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng? Providence. Forget it. The most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the Dream Path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know Lead soul into Dream, won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked and was shocked to find that he did not only have Dream Path Immortal Goo. There was also Change Soul Immortal Goo, Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and other mortal goo were living in his soul and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Ing Wuxie's goo worms. It seems that Attitude Immortal Goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceive Ing Wuxie's will in these Dream Path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo. Just like how I used Imo Yao's fake will to deceive Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's Immortal Goo. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Ing Wuxie had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole many Sword Path Immortal Goo, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now, he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression, but in his heart, he was rejoicing. This grand tribulation, earth collapse, came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself. I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle. Don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse. It is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. But Spectral Soul was also in deep trouble. After the first myriad tribulation wind lightning prison, the second myriad tribulation, gray memory, descended. The speed at which the gray mist enveloped was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Did the main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, feeling extremely anxious. This is a good chance. You should retaliate. But in truth, he was thinking about other things. He was happy to see Spectral Soul being restrained. But on the other hand, he was also within the range of myriad tribulation, gray memory. He felt uneasy. Chapter 10:27. The myriad tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court goo immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth. In his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunsheng carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lu Lan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Ying Wuxie was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end, he missed his target. This was a dream realm, so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Ying Wuxie's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She did not show any joy or anger. Ying Wuxie blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic. Calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the goo immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Etian Mountain." But Ying Wuxie was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to think of a way to waking Wu Xie up, they were even further away from Etian Mountain. Ing Wu Xie and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Ing Wu Xie, who was beside him. Fang Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Fang Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Fang Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Fang Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end. He felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fang Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Fang Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan. Most of its attention was on spectral soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about spectral soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of spectral soul demon Venerable inheriting the Beastman Gu immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral soul demon Venerable's nature made Fang Yuan gasp in shock. The celestial quartz Gu immortals were in an uproar, but they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time, the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked spectral soul with terrifying might. Fang Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant soul's expressions changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, inside 88-point Xinyang Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time. So spectral soul demon Venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving Heaven demon Venerable's name is Benjie Sun. Even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that Providence is the greatest restriction of immortal Venerables and demon Venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. The last time my rebirth failed, it was spectral soul demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now. In the previous life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed. The 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral soul demon Venerable used me to start anew. What? The Legends of Ranzu is Ranzu's true inheritance. Next, Fang Yuan saw that spectral soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the golden light soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Ranzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai Bai Yunxing's master, the Zishan Makoto that I made up. So back then, this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal Gu materials are all over Providence. Shadow Sect was wary of them and had to give them up. After I obtained them, they did not seem to pose any threat to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials with me, does that mean I will receive the attention of Providence? So that's it. Shadow Sect's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Dali is the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Everything makes sense now. At this time, The myriad tribulation of grand, clear emptiness dissipated. Dark oil poison's myriad tribulation descended and continued to destroy spectral soul. The following scenes made Feng Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood the secret of possessing spring-autumn cicada. Shadow Sect already knew about it. Because of Shadow Sect's help, even after he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he was not exposed for so long. Instead, Qin Baisheng and the rest from Shadow Sect. They blocked the calamity for him and fought a bloody battle against Feng Jioge and the rest. Shadow Sect was so powerful, they actually deduced all the calamities and tribulations. The secret of rebirth. I possess spring-autumn cicada. After this battle, everyone knows about it. Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul seem to want to make use of my otherworldly demon identity, but it backfired and caused Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch to be almost wiped out. No, from a certain perspective. Doesn't this show how powerful Providence is? Shadow Sect can deduce all the calamities and tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply a great weapon for passing tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to have become the strongest Venerable. He might have been on par with other Venerables when he was alive, but he created the soul-devouring method through the food path true inheritance. He could also seize other cultivation memories and experiences. Thus, he did not raise attainment levels directly like Dream Realms. But after so many years of accumulation and development, he dabbled in many other paths. He definitely has great Grandmaster attainment in Formation Path and Wisdom Path. It is not strange for him to deduce all the calamities and tribulations. In this case, it is too abnormal for him to be unmoved. Could it be? Did he do this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the Thorn Dragon tribulation descended. Heaven Overseeing Tower used its final counterattack. It could actually manipulate the myriad tribulation to attack the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's defensive battle. Feng Yuan, who was witnessing this, was tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his accumulated battle techniques, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Celestial Court side lost, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Spectral Soul's physique. He was only a few meters tall. He was no longer as solid as before. His aura was weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul controlled his immortal zombie body to fly into the sky, questioning Spectral Soul, but he was killed. Are you the last obstacle to me? He. Such a pity. If it wasn't for Yin Shi's warning before he died, you might have caused some trouble. But now, Himph. Did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo are the wills of my split souls? Did you forget who was the one secretly feeding them all these years? Spectral Soul's words made Feng Yuan's heart tighten. Using this period of time, he had already comprehended a lot of the contents of Lead Soul into Dream. This was also because he only had goo worms that were used to create Lead Soul into Dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, it was divided into several levels according to his cultivation level. But Ing Wuxia organized them well, piling all the goo worms he needed into a pile. By doing so, he would be able to use goo worms more quickly and simply and activate killer moves more quickly. But at the same time, it made it easier for Feng Yuan to comprehend the profundities within. Feng Yuan understood. Against Spectral Soul's main body, I might only have one chance to attack. If I fail this time, even if I have Attitude Goo, once Spectral Soul reacts, I will not have another chance. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul as he said to Feng Yuan, Wu Xie, protect me. If you protect me, it will only take a dozen or so breaths of time to complete the task. Yes. Feng Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up and stood beside Spectral Soul, looking around vigilantly. There is no chance. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals sighed as they retreated. After tens of thousands of years of planning and painstaking effort, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo today. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all the venerables in history. I will have half a heavenly demon body. I will reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached. All the past immortal venerables and demon venerables are not my match. Even if Renzu revives, he will lose to me. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. What is the use of this goo worm? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a supreme realm that no one has ever reached? Is this realm the same as eternal life? But at the final juncture, I cannot be careless. Spectral Soul squinted as he started to investigate. Fang Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only breathed out to get rid of the investigative goo worm. As I expected, the final line of the poem shows the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to defend against the senses of ghosts. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to steal Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. He could travel through Obsession Death Domain without being harassed by countless souls because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that the soul in Ing Wu Xie's body is also his split soul. Only towards myself would he have such unreserved trust. Next, Fang Yuan watched as Spectral Soul flew towards Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. At the final juncture, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. The poem's hint was for him to destroy this Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Because Immortal Gu were fragile, they could be destroyed easily. But for Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there were risks and uncertainties in dealing with him. But Fang Yuan decided to deal with Spectral Soul directly and take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Led Soul into Dream. He suddenly attacked. He did not comprehend the entire move. This was an incomplete Immortal Killer move. It was weaker than the original Rank 8 version. But at this moment, Spectral Soul was already extremely weak. Fang Yuan succeeded in one move. Next, he left Ing Wu Xie's body and copied Spectral Soul, letting his soul float into Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. At this moment, he got rid of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He obtained Spectral Soul's tens of thousands of years of planning. He sacrificed countless lives and paid a huge price. This was the result of his hard work. Chapter 1028. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious Rank 9 Immortal Gu. The moment he touched it, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This Immortal Gu that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the Immortal Gu. It started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside, after Fang Yuan's soul entered the Rank 9 Immortal Gu, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu started to shine. First, it was white light. It turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light. The colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball, there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors. It was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid. Countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered. The vine leaves were green. Soon, The vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance, but the appearance of the fruit, however, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars, her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process, he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old. When his feet landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white. It was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny. There was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade pawns. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now, they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Feng Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Feng Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds, his mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort. Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Feng Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet, even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing Spectral Soul flying towards the immortal goo, Feng Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Feng Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, Spectral Soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Feng Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul was in a bad state earlier. And Ing Wu Xie's body was not controlled by Feng Yuan's soul. It was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Feng Yuan shouted, "Come back!" Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Ing Wu Xie's body. Earlier, when Feng Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now, Feng Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, as well as many other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Ing Wu Xie still has many dream path immortal goo on him. How do I take them out? Feng Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier, he used attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing Spectral Soul, these dream path goo worms' wills seemed to have reacted. They could not be used by Feng Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Ing Wu Xie's body also has great research value. Feng Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. His lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. No. More accurately speaking, Ing Wuxie's soul was controlling Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body. He was still adapting to it. The goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous at all. He waited for Ing Wuxie's arrival with anticipation. You are. Ing Wuxie hesitated. He slowly approached Fang Yuan and sized him up. Fang Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, Wuxie, I have succeeded. A mere Fang Yuan's soul has already dissipated. No, you are not the main body. If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul? Ing Wuxie's eyes shined with brilliance. He reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. You are Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxie immediately understood. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years. They finally obtained results. From the looks of it, to think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Ing Wuxie shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart. Fang Yuan revealed a smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Ing Wuxie, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo. How can you use it? Ing Wuxie's expression froze. Back then, he had been anxious and subconsciously used it. He had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His aura was obstructed and fell drastically. You can use fixed immortal travel. I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over. Most of my accumulations are with my original body. Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Ing Wuxie, with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back. He neglected many things. Just like in imperial court blessed land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now, Fang Yuan looked at Ing Wuxie getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, Still not coming back? Swoosh. A large group of goo worms flew out. Most were mortal goo, but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Ing Wuxie stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant, he was alone and defenseless. In his body, only spring-autumn cicada was left. He could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Ing Wuxie controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of Etion Mountain, when someone shouted, still not coming back, these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to using Wuxie's goo worms. Accidents might happen. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fang Yuan had instilled did not stop there. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, be they mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. The enemy would often be one's own teacher. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from Giant Sun's special will and Mo Yao's fake will. How could he not learn a thing or two? With a wave of his hand, Fang Yuan easily sent Ing Wuxie flying. Everything is over. He walked towards Ing Wuxie. Looking at himself in his eyes, he sighed with complex emotions. Chapter 1029. Everything is over. Looking at Ing Wuxie, who was at his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing that he had been secretly manipulated, Ing Wu Xie's heart was filled with despair. He gave up completely. He knew. He had completely lost. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. But right at this moment, a change occurred. Bam! With a light explosion, Ing Wu Xie's soul and Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body self-destructed in an instant. The immortal zombie body, the Dao marks, and Ing Wu Xie's soul were all turned into nutrients and offered to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A ray of jade light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river of time again. Fang Yuan turned pale with fright. What happened? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was instilled with special thoughts. How could Ing Wu Xie activate it? No. Looking at his expression at that time, he already had no will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he is also acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my item. I also put extra precautions on it. How could Ing Wu Xie activate it? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and doubt. He could not find an answer to all these questions. Standing on the spot, Fang Yuan did not move. He was like a stone statue. This change happened too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do? How should I face this? Fang Yuan had relied on Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn the tables many times, turning the tides and turning the tides. But now, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with it. His time path foundation was too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had almost no achievements in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else did I not consider? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the corners of his eyes and then down his face. He could not think of an answer. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. There is no other way. I have already done my best. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not followed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions in the Dream Realm to swap souls, he would have completely failed. He could not turn the tables. There was no way he could have come this far. Don't tell me this happened because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions and destroyed Sovereign Immortal Fetusku? The Spring-Autumn Cicada has yet to recover. Only death awaits. No, that's not right. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that the Shadow Sect still had a backup plan. That was the Ghost Face Red Lotus in the River of Time. In a split second, a chill ran through his entire body, and his hair stood on end. You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. If he succeeds in his rebirth, what will happen to me? As Fang Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision begin to blur. No, it wasn't his vision that was blurred. Instead, the entire world became blurry under the power of the time path. Because of Ing Wu Xie's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind blowing into his ears, Ing Wu Xie quivered and reacted, exclaiming, How is this the River of Time? What's going on? How is the Spring-Autumn Cicada activated? How can my consciousness replace Fang Yuan and exist in the Spring-Autumn Cicada? His doubts were no less than Fang Yuan's. Although he was the person involved, he had arrived in the River of Time in a daze. The River of Time's water was surging. A huge wave slammed towards the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Ing Wu Xie's will. It immediately became chaotic, screaming for its death. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was extremely weak. If it was hit by this wave, it had no chance of survival. Sigh, so that's it. A sigh. At this critical moment, the voice rang out. A ghost face appeared in the River of Time. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the Spring-Autumn Cicada that carried Ing Wu Xie's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Ing Wu Xie's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the River of Time. Did he leave you as a backup? Ing Wu Xie's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerables will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body. You should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped. Do you think I wanted to? Ingwu Xiezwu was extremely vexed also. What is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Feng Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon venerables will side again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Ingwu Xiezwu to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Ingwu Xiezwu would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Ingwu Xiezwu asked. Your memories have all disappeared. You no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain. Even rank 9 venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, spectral soul demon venerables will continue. And the Tao of man is the exact opposite of the Tao of heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable. They will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Feng Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions, if he is allowed to do as he pleases. This will greatly disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Thus, Providence changed its target and wants to use me to deal with him, to prevent his scheme from succeeding. But why can Providence control spring-autumn cicada? This immortal goo. It was clearly refined by Feng Yuan. Ingwu Xiezwu was still in a daze. Spectral soul demon venerables will replied, Sigh. This is Providence's doing. I have only just realized this. When Feng Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada, it was all Providence's arrangement. Providence had chosen him as a pawn long ago, allowing him to revive and destroy the main body's plan. According to Bai Ningbing's information, think about it now. When Feng Yuan displayed his uniqueness, it was on Qingmao Mountain. Even though his aptitude was not good, his journey was smooth sailing. Every time there was an emergency, he could make the wisest choice and obtain the greatest benefits. Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain. Along the way, he had clearly used spring-autumn cicada more than once. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it has a chance of failure. But he actually succeeded every time, except for the previous time. Other than the possibility that we helped him, Feng Yuan did not fail even once. Spring-autumn cicada can cause his luck to decline. This is likely because Providence helped him in the dark. In just a few years, he turned from immortal to a goo immortal. He was targeted by the main body and used as a pawn to deal with Providence. Ingwu Xiezwu was tongue-tied. Wait, you were saying? Spectral souls will nodded. That's right. The main body's failure this time was mainly because of Feng Yuan. The main body used Feng Yuan. He used him as a pawn. But in fact, Feng Yuan was Providence's pawn long ago. No matter how many times Feng Yuan was reborn, before his first rebirth, the main body had likely succeeded. Not only did he refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had even grown to the point where heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Precisely because of this, Providence did not hesitate to use Feng Yuan to rebirth and destroy my main body's plan. Feng Yuan is an interesting person. Firstly, he is an otherworldly demon. That is why he has the qualifications to rebirth. That is why he has the ability to change the past. No matter how outstanding a normal person is, they cannot escape the consequences of fate. Secondly, he is not a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, he is still influenced and manipulated by Providence. He thought that spring-autumn cicada was refined by him and could be used by him. But in fact, that was never the case. A killer weapon like spring-autumn cicada was already corrupted by Providence. Evidently, this scheme had already started when Fang Yuan obtained spring-autumn cicada. But he was deceived by Providence and did not notice anything amiss. After all, using spring-autumn cicada to rebirth can only carry a portion of the will. Wills are inferior to souls. They are the easiest to influence. Just like now, I really want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you. Unfortunately, there's a limit to what your will can bear. At once, Ing Wu Xia opened his mouth wide. He could not speak. The river of time continued to surge, crashing on the red lotus. Lotus petals started to dissipate one by one. Soon, only the core of the flower was left. You do not have much time left. Spectral souls will sighed and continued. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon after all. Even though Providence can influence him, he still listened to the voice in his heart and chose to take sovereign immortal fetus goo instead of destroying it. This way, even though he is still a pawn, he is no longer restricted by the chessboard. Providence will not allow such an existence, so it activated spring-autumn cicada to use you to deal with Fang Yuan. But Providence will not let you rebirth and take back sovereign immortal fetus goo. Thus, after you rebirth, you will not have a chance to turn the situation around. You cannot be impatient and ruin this final chance. Ing Wu Xia asked, then what should I do? Right now, Zombie Alliance is destroyed. Shadow Sect is also gone. Even my main body is in danger. Shadow Sect's immortals have more or less left behind some backup plans. You need to use these to rebuild Shadow Sect. Fate cannot be defied. Luck can be borrowed. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's forces can be used. In Central Continent, there are also hidden forces that are at odds with the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited. Knowing this is already the limit. You need to use this to rebuild Shadow Sect and save my main body. Most importantly, you need to tell this important information to my main body. Because after you rebirth, this Red Lotus true inheritance and I will change along with you. You will not remember these things. At that time, you will be the only one who knows. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. The tallest tree will be swept away by the currents. Earlier, the strategy of hiding and preparing to deal with Providence was the correct one. Since we succeeded once, we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.